Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome in and welcome to the Solar Decathlon Awards ceremony. It's so great to be here. I look forward to this day every year. This is a highlight for me, and I hope it's a highlight for you this morning. I'm Rachel Romero. I'm your Design Challenge Competition Manager, and it is my privilege to kick off today's ceremonies. I cannot wait to see how this day unfolds. It is so exciting to see you receive these awards and hear your shouts of excitement and whoops of joy, so don't hold it in. Let's hear it. We have so enjoyed seeing your surprised faces throughout the weekend. So, I hope you enjoyed the video we just showed of the renderings and team photos from our Design Challenge teams. We started with a Design Challenge video, because we'll do those awards first. But don't worry, Build Challenge teams. We have a special video coming for you a bit later in the day. Before I give a brief rundown of our agenda, I would like to invite our esteemed director, Holly Carr, to the stage to share a few words. Holly?
Good morning, everybody. Just like Rachel, and I think all of us at NREL and DOE, I too have been waiting for this day all year long. I'm super excited to find out who the winners are and celebrate with you all. I have had a chance to meet with many of you over this weekend, and even if I haven't chatted with you one-on-one, I have hopefully gotten to step into some of your presentations and really hear what your projects have all been about. And wow. Yeah, that. Wow. You guys never fail to inspire me. Your ideas, your passion, your innovations this year especially have really given me hope, as they always do every year. I know you've inspired the jurors as well, and many of them are here with us this morning. And I know that they have really had tough decisions to make this year, thanks to the extremely high caliber of your projects. I can see you're on the edge of your seats to hear the winners, and we will get there, I promise. But I really want to start our day together with some gratitude. First, I would like to thank our sponsors. We truly could not run this competition without our sponsors. This year, we're very pleased to have Legence as our steward sponsor. Legence has made a very strong commitment to the Solar Decathlon, and we are thrilled to partner with them. I'd like the representatives of Legence that are in the room with us this morning to please stand, and would you all please give them a round of applause. Thanks. Huge thanks to you. Our supporting sponsors this year are Generac, HKS, Infineon, Lowe's, the National Association of Home Builders, RDH Building Science, and Solar Edge. The logos of our contributing sponsors are on the screens in front of you. Thank you so much to these organizations for believing in the mission of this competition and for supporting over 1,000 Solar Decathlon students each year. Please join me in a hearty round of applause for our supporting sponsors. Some of our sponsors will be announcing the award winners this morning. Many will also be available during the Career Connections event. And for those here in person, if you see them during meal times, as throughout the weekend, or during networking breaks or what have you today, please take a minute to thank them and to learn more about their organization's dedication to this transition to a clean energy future. You may also want to hand them your resume. Next, I'd like to thank our Design Challenge and Build Challenge jurors. As you probably know, they have dedicated countless hours to reviewing team submissions, listening to presentations, providing feedback, and making really, really tough decisions this year. Thank you for joining us. We hope you've had an amazing weekend, and we hope you'll come back and join us next year. Let's give our her a hand. Thank you. I also want to express a huge thank you to our Solar Decathlon organizer team. I know you all have gotten to know these folks over the weekend, and they just do not stop. And they're great dressers this morning. We want to thank our NREL team, our contractor support staff, who's put in extra time to be here all weekend, and my colleagues at the Department of Energy. The team is dedicated to ensuring certainly a fair and an impactful competition event. But more than that, they are absolutely dedicated to creating a solar decathlon experience that you can take with you and draw on for the rest of your careers, and I hope that you will. Now let's give it up for our organizers. And next, our faculty advisors. Our esteemed faculty advisors bring the Solar Decathlon to life at all of your collegiate institutions around the world. We also could not run this competition without their expertise and their devotion to their students. Thank you, faculty. Finally, of course, I want to thank you, the students. It is no easy task to get here, to be here at all this weekend, and then to carve out an entire weekend to participate. And I know some of you missed your graduations from university to be here. So thank you for being with us and for daring to envision a better world of great buildings and healthy buildings and zero energy buildings. We want you to be a part of our Solar Decathlon Alumni Network, which is more important now than ever. And our Solar Decathlon network is enormous now. We have more than 25,000 alumni in our program. So this is the only time I'm gonna ask you to get out your cell phones. Get out your cell phones. Scan that QR code, which will take you to our new LinkedIn page. It's brand new. Get yourself on here. You're officially alumni now. So get yourself on there, follow, and make sure that you are receiving all of the updates about all things Solar Decathlon, including opportunities to mentor new teams who come on board, as well as being able to connect with high school students through our Solar Decathlon Pathways program. I don't think we gave you all a hand. Let's give you all of the students a hand. With that, I wish you all good luck. I can't wait to see who our winners are this year, and let's keep going.
All right. So I've had a chance to meet many of you over the last few days, and I love the students that come up and say hi and introduce themselves, so feel free to do that again this morning. And even if you haven't had a chance, there's a good chance I caught one of your presentations for sure, and possibly virtually as well. All I can say is, wow, your ideas, passions, and innovations have given me hope and have reinvigorated me to keep fighting the good fight. I know for a fact you have inspired the jurors as well, and they had a really hard time with decisions. You really made them work. So that is all thanks to your high caliber projects. I can see you're on the edge of the seats to hear the winners, and we'll get there soon, but I am in a wrong spot. Thanks for going with me. So, let's talk logistics. We will start with the residential divisions of the Design Challenge, and we will announce the first, second, and third place teams for new housing, retrofit housing, and attached housing divisions. And then we'll do Build Challenge. We'll announce the winners of the Embodied Environmental Impact Contest. We will have a break in the awards for our Thought Leader Plenary Session with Mark Chambers, Director at Earth Alliance, followed by the remaining Commercial Division Awards for the Design Challenge and the last two awards for the Build Challenge. For those of you that are staying at the Marriott, we know checkout is at 11 a.m., definitely getting the logistics here. If you haven't checked out yet, we recommend that you take care of that quickly at the start of Career Connections event at 9:45. and the hotel does have a place for luggage to go for Solar Decathlon students. Then you can come back and connect with industry representatives who are here today for the sole purpose of meeting you, so make sure you check out that event. Design Challenge Grand Jury presentations will start at 10:45. This is when first place teams from each of the divisions present live on stage, showcasing their design in just 5 minutes, which I know all of you can understand that that's going to be a challenge. These presentations are a great way to learn from winning teams so you can come back even stronger next year. We will enjoy a final lunch together before the Design Challenge Grand winners and the Build Challenge overall winners are crowned. First of all, take a moment. I know we've been all about the badges this weekend, but take a moment. Let's all take them off together and put them on the table. Yep, great. If your team wins, the photos are much better without the badges in the way. So, if your team is called up to receive an award, please approach the stage from your right where the trophies are displayed over here. If stairs are an issue, you are welcome to use the ramp over here. Please approach single file and we will give the first person in line the trophy. Shake hands or feel free to fist bump or elbow bump with the leaders on the stage, and then you'll be led off the stage for pictures. You'll go out the door over there. Please proceed to the hallway for a picture out at the Solar Decathlon banner. Our Design Challenge Grand winners and Build Challenge overall winner this afternoon, the process will be a little different and we'll explain that then. We are so excited about the trophies this year. These trophies were designed by a Colorado artist from Ridgeway, Lisa Eisenberg, using reclaimed and recycled materials. They were created especially for the Solar Decathlon. And now it is time for the Design Challenge Division Awards for the residential divisions. I would like to invite Freddie Boateng, Associate Director for Climate and Energy at Retech Advisors, Allegiance Company. Allegiance is our steward level sponsor this year, as Holly stated. So join me in a loud welcome for Freddie to start our awards today.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, decathletes. Allegiance is proud to be the steward sponsor for the Solar Decathlon. Transitioning to better, more energy efficient buildings is of paramount importance to our company, and we applaud you for applying your skills and creativity to tackle zero energy buildings. We are pleased to announce the winners of the Design Challenge New Housing Division. By far, the most popular division each year, New Housing takes on the challenge of bringing to market net zero residences that are not only energy efficient, but comfortable for the occupants. And now, I would like to announce the third place winner. This is the right one, right? I don't want to.
Absolutely.
Can't have a Steve Harvey moment. All right. Let's see. The third place winner. They crafted an analysis-rich professional document with detailed models and clear diagrams, employed a culturally and contextually responsive design, and created an innovative use for local waste shipping containers and vegetable oil. The award goes to the Built for the North team at Concordia University. Second place. The second place winner developed a strong carbon analysis, tackled an important social challenge, and developed a design to minimize bushfire impact on a vulnerable population. My colleagues asked me to get you guys to do a drum roll, so if we could please, drum roll please. Congrats to the Monash Sustainable Buildings team at Monash University. first place winner. This team executed a design well adapted to their local climate, landscape, and people, excelled with case study comparisons, and created a coastal, multi-generational approach for a native community. And a final drum roll for me, please. The winners, the first place winners for the New Housing Division, the University of Florida.
Congratulations, New Housing winners. Gives me a chill, that's so great. Next, please join me in welcoming Ram Narayanamurthy, Deputy Director of the Building Technologies Office at the Department of Energy, to announce winners in the Retrofit Housing Division.
Thank you, Rachel, and good morning, everyone. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone here. You've put in so much time, effort, of course, money to get here. So great job. Thank you and congratulations to everyone who's here. So the retrofits, we know that for us to achieve the goal that we have of building decarbonization, retrofits are going to be so critical. So I really wanted to applaud all the teams who went into this category, trying to address this huge challenge, right? It's a huge challenge. For us to get there, we need innovative thinking that all these teams have put together. So great note of thanks and congratulations to all the Retrofit Challenge teams. And now I have the pleasure of announcing the winners. So thank you. So in third place, the third place winner, keep drumming, successfully described and managed their project costs, proposed an innovative approach to a building with significant historical restrictions, and thoughtfully incorporated cultural considerations and equity into their design. And we know that these are all key considerations as we go through retrofits. And the award goes to the Retro Boomin team from Howard University. Okay. The second place winner, I think they presented their project with an exceptional narrative. The story, when you're talking about retrofits, is always important. They integrated multiple renewable energy technologies. And let's start the drum roll slowly. Showcase your creative, teachable lab as a floating structure. So the congratulations to Glacier Jane from Marywood University. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, now we come to the team that probably did an exceptional job trying to address the biggest challenge of generation. So the first place winner, they demonstrated impressive building science competency, developed a retrofit solution with regional applicability. That's important as we try to scale. and created their own custom scoring rubric for whole home integration. That's pretty impressive. So, join me in congratulating, let's get going, the Goldfinch Retrofit team from Appalachian State.
That never gets old. All right. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Amy Roydenblum, Buildings Program Manager for the Residential Buildings Integration at DOE's Building Technologies Office.
I can just use this. Hello all, I'm really pleased to be here and announce the last award in the residential division. It's been a joy to be here at the in-person competition here and see all the excitement and innovation of the students. The Solar Decathlon is the longest running collegiate championship competition that DOE runs. I'm particularly excited to be handing out trophies in the attached housing division. Attached housing is a key to helping solve the housing crisis and situation with our cities continuing to grow. Designs in the attached housing division could include row homes or residences with 2 to 12 units, applying energy efficiency and sustainable design to community-focused living arrangements. Thank you. All right, the third place winner exhibited an excellent understanding of building science, reflected architectural vernacular consistent with the local flavor of their community, and balanced the exploration of novel applications with a buildable, zero-energy design. Drum roll, please. The award goes to the Casa Verde project at University of Arizona. Going on to the second place award, proposed compelling cost design and zero energy approaches, addressed embodied carbon holistically throughout their design, and incorporated comprehensive consideration of the small details, down to how ventilation risks can be mitigated based on ember sizing. Okay, drum roll, please. Congratulations to the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, and Thompson Rivers University. Down to the first place. And the first place winner incorporated impeccable building science that exemplified an understanding of control layers, air quality, and moisture, implemented the partnerships necessary to execute their project in the real world, and proposed an intelligent, replicable approach to transforming a historic landmark to be zero energy. So join me in congratulating, drum roll, the North Star Retrofit team from the University of Minnesota.
right, congratulations to the Design Challenge residential winners. As many of you know, my name is Michael Young. I'm the Build Challenge competition manager at NREL. We have been announcing Build Challenge contest winners throughout the course of the weekend, starting Thursday night. It's been a long weekend, full of a lot of activity, and it's hard to believe we're finally down to the final 3 contest awards. So to set the stage for the Build Challenge award announcements, I want to remind everyone or inform some of the Design Challenge teams if you don't know how the Build Challenge is scored. So we have 10 contests in the Decathlon. Each contest is scored independently. Each one is worth 100 points. And at the end of the day, our overall winner is the team with the most points out of 1,000. So every point matters, every contest matters, and these last 3 contests will help determine those overall winners today. So as our juried contest results are announced, we'll be announcing first, second, and third place, but we're not quite sharing those numerical scores quite yet. We just want to help maintain a little bit of mystery, keep you from doing the math to figure out exactly who won, although I'm sure the Build Challenge teams have already studied and they know exactly how much they need to be that overall winner or on the podium. Sorry. But with that being said, here to introduce the winners of the Embodied Environmental Impact Contest is Jason Acosta, a building science engineer from RDH. Welcome, Jason.
Thanks, Michael, for the introduction. At RDH, we are passionate about building science. So being a part of the Solar Decathlon and here with all of you is an exciting opportunity. It fits in with what we do every day. RDH believes that building science has the power to shape the built environment, pushing the way we approach work to deliver solutions that center on durability, environmental impact, and performance. Our teams are filled with technical experts that share the same passions as you. As sponsors of this year's Solar Decathlon, we are thrilled to shine a light on the incredible and innovative students finding solutions to minimize the environmental impact on our buildings. The Embodied Environmental Impact Contest evaluates the cumulative environmental impact of all processes over the course of the building life cycle. This includes extraction of raw materials, production and manufacturing processes, shipping, construction, operation, end of life, and more. Teams who excel in this contest have looked holistically at every material and aspect of their home. Okay, so now it's time to announce the winners. So the third place winner. They considered the impact of the proximity of vendors when making material choices. They examined the entire life of the project and its circularity and created a beautiful facade by utilizing reclaimed wood from snow fences. And this award goes to, drum roll, come on, Team Wind River from the University of Wyoming.
All right, if Team Wyoming is not here, we'll ship them their trophy and move on to second place.
Okay, the second place winner carefully considered environmental impacts, performed analysis on typical design and adapted it for a different region, and considered embodied energy and water impacts by utilizing water harvesting and gray water recycling. So the second place winner is Team Shunya from the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay. time for the first place winner. This team expanded the envelope of acceptable building materials and technologies, considered the impact of material decisions early on in the design process and adjusted it throughout this process, and understood the benefits of salvaging materials by reusing PV panels and even utilizing defective windows. So drum roll, please. Please join me in congratulating third quadrant design for the University of British Columbia.
Hello again. Okay. We have more awards to come, but I'm always the one who prolongs it further and further. I am thrilled to introduce this year's Thought Leader speaker. Mark Chambers is a national environmental policy leader, an advocate for social justice, and he's a licensed architect. Mark is currently joining the leadership effort to launch Earth Alliance, which is a philanthropic studio at the intersection of climate and culture. Sounds mysterious, doesn't it? Mark recently served the Biden-Harris administration in a presidential appointment as the first senior director for building emissions and community resilience at the White House Council on Environmental Quality, where he led the administration's climate policy development for the built environment. Mark previously served as the Director of Sustainability for both New York City and the District of Columbia, where he led efforts to accelerate climate policy implementation across buildings, food, waste, transportation, and energy sectors. Pretty much the whole gamut. I personally met Mark years ago when we worked together at a small green building consulting firm in Washington, D.C. That was way back before building decarbonation was really a word, and certainly when zero-energy buildings were a distant hope and not at all the reality that they are today. I've been a Mark Chambers fan ever since those days. I've been cheering him on as his career evolved from architect to green architect to policymaker and beyond. But I'll let him tell you all about that himself. You are really in for a treat. Please help me welcome Mark Chambers.
I'm going to get myself settled up here for a second. Thank you, Holly. I'm sure you guys can hear me. And of course, thank you to DOE and to NREL for having me here. Hey, everybody. I am so excited. This is very exciting. So thank you for having me, of course. I'm very inspired by all of you. I am inspired by your courage. I am inspired by your creativity, of course. I'm inspired by your dedication and commitment to excellence. And whether you realize it or not, your work is inspiring, not just because it's good, which it is, but it also represents what I think is a tangible critique of the entrenched systems and ways that we put buildings together that have not moved fast enough to truly confront this great generational challenge, which is the changing climate of our own making. And so you all are a rebel force, and I think you should think of yourselves that way. As I think about the fact that they gave me a clicker, I don't always like just kind of do talks in front of like wonderful scenery, occasionally, but not always. I've been doing a decent amount of traveling since I left the White House. Let's call it recharging of my batteries. And early this year, I spent some time in New Mexico. And it's beautiful, beautiful landscape out there, from like the Chihuahuan Desert up through Santa Fe, through Albuquerque. There's a Bequay and then Taos, just like amazing, breathtaking scenery. I'm sure it resonates with a lot of you who are either from here, Colorado, or maybe from the Southwest, that you kind of recognize that, it allows for these moments and these places where there's a serene solitude in comparison to like the vast, majestic open space. And there's something particular and unique, I think, around by New Mexico that I found compelling. And it's this connection out there to something that is older than yourself. And the ability to actually like climb the ladders and sit inside the cliffside dwellings that unpack thousands of years of human history and human settlements, you feel this connection to an indigenous human history in the land. And it's really a history of gathering. It's a history of how humans shape our environment to support gathering and support community. And New Mexico reminded me of how uniquely impactful the role of designers are in the story arc of our species. You play a very unique role. And not just for yourself and for your professional career, but you have the capacity to inspire others through your work. And to be inspired is incredibly powerful. Just think about it. To be inspired to inspire others to create, to inspire others to design, to inspire others to problem solve, to even inspire others to make day-to-day decisions that confront all of the behavioral and social aspects of climate mitigation. You have that power. And it may feel like, even with all the work today, that it's all about material selection and interval data flows and about like battery storage and thermodynamics, but not unlike moving from nomadic grasslands to cliffside dwellings, you are inspiring others to change our culture. And our culture is not an artifact. Our culture, it's not a tangible thing, it's not an outcome, it's a practice. It's the collective norms, it's the behaviors, the attitudes that we all practice together. And the stage setting for most of that practice is the built environment. And so you, as a rebel force, are shaping culture towards a regenerative future. I love that about you. So we're gonna do a lot of things today. We're gonna do some Q&A in a little bit later on. And so I may actually jump through a handful of these slides if I feel like I want to skip to the end and get to the good stuff. But when they asked me to talk to you, my goal was simply to humanize this work and to talk a little bit about how to navigate some of the development of the soft skills, the cultivating of relationships, the seizing of opportunities, and the setting of goals for success in this space. But I also know that you guys have had a heavy week, and so I'm trying to kind of keep it light. And I know that like with all the awards going on, it's a very, very exciting time. I'm sure with all the activity, I don't know if you guys may have gone out last night. I don't know if that's a thing that happens here. But what I thought about, it's also Sunday, let's take it easy. I thought that I would want to kind of like meet this moment by just thinking about asking a few questions. These are the kind of questions I ask myself when I go out. So it might be helpful to kind of set the tone. This is basically how I make all my decisions. When you think about it, like nothing you do from this point on that really matters to you is going to be done alone, period. So, I recommend surrounding yourself with people that support you. When I was finishing grad school, a good friend of mine sent me a newspaper clipping. She actually clipped it out and like put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, and mailed it to tell you how old this story is. And it was about these guys. These guys are Paul Devereaux and Marshall Purnell. They're two black architects in DC, and I'm sure the team at Howard knows them very well. Over the decades, these guys broke down a lot of exclusionary barriers and really kind of like punched above their weight and fought to particularly carve out a place for architects of color, not only in the District of Columbia, but in a lot of other spaces. And they were responsible for the first major building, the commercial building designed in downtown DC by African-American architects. So when I graduated from grad school, I kind of looked them up and I went over there and I'm like, hey, I want to meet you guys, I want to talk. I brought my resume, I brought my portfolio, and I'm like, got a suit on, I was ready to go. It's probably an ill-fitting suit at the time. And we had a great meeting and they're like, that's cool, we're not hiring. And I'm like, got it. But then something happened. They basically said, look, stay for the next day, work on some drawings, meet some people. Whatever you work on today, you can take those drawings with you. And whatever conversation, whatever meeting, whatever interview you go on from this point on, you'll have like some other sets of drawings to say that you worked on at an actual firm, and that will make you more marketable. That will make you more available to other firms to be potentially looked at. They were on my team. And through that simple act of generosity, they were willing to support me to navigate my first few steps into my career, and I'm forever, forever grateful. I actually ended up coming back like the next 5 days and then stayed the next 5 years. That's a longer story about being persistent. But the point is that to get to this room, you've worked harder than most and you didn't do it alone. So many people have already shown you that they are willing to support you to do this work. Let them. Nurture and protect relationships and friendships with colleagues and mentors and the people who respect and believe in you. It will serve you, trust me. Many of those people are already in this room. The work ahead that needs to be done for us to actually decarbonize our built environment, to electrify our transportation systems, to accelerate carbon removal from the atmosphere. All of those are team sports. And so it will require interdisciplinary activity from you. It will require you to develop service delivery models that do not exist presently. And so this project gives you a glimpse into what an effective team member looks like, because that's you. And so I want you to just kind of remember that as you cultivate your network, don't lose track of the people in this room as you go on to the next chapters of your work, and don't underestimate how important that will be. Reading the room is an essential skill. Some of the most important lessons that I've learned and opportunities that I've uncovered have been in times of transition. And so whether it's a new boss, whether it's a new mayor, whether it's a new city or a new sector altogether, you have to kind of remember or think about the fact that moments of transition are opportunities. It's opportunity to upgrade your operating system and to look at things differently with different software. So don't underestimate how helpful that can be. When I left practice to join the sustainability consulting firm, where I met the illustrious director of this amazing challenge, I was trying to hone my skill set to be able to kind of dive deeper into emerging technology and the metrics for high performance buildings. And so I had to go where the people were doing that. So you have to be willing to move. And instead of working on one project at a time where I was at a firm, I was working on dozens of projects, and I started building that muscle memory for what's possible. And one of my clients happened to be the city government of Washington, D.C. I saw another opportunity and was basically to move from now working on dozens of projects for single clients to then have one client and working on hundreds of projects. And so all of a sudden, some of the same projects that I had worked on designing as an architect through several different iterations, I saw my drawings and I'm on the other side of the table as the owner of the project. And what's remarkable about that is that when you do express some willingness to move and understand getting new assets and new skill sets, you learn a different language and the ability to actually be an effective communicator amongst all these different people in all these different places. And that actually will serve you in a number of different ways as you grow your career. Knowing when it's time to take your skills and the talents and move them in a kind of a complementary way is incredibly valuable for your long-term efficacy and your long-term impact. And you have to be thinking about that time horizon in that kind of way. Even if it's not just big leaps, even if it's just micro adjustments, be willing to do that. If it wasn't for that radar, I wouldn't have made the leap to go from DC to go be the sustainability director for New York City, where we designed and implemented some of the most impactful building policies, not just in this country, but in any country. Here's a couple examples of some of the things that we tackled when we were there. This is what happens when you give the architect keys to City Hall. In 2017, of course, President Trump announced his desire to remove the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement. The next day, we had a press conference, and we began work to develop our own plan to make sure New York City was leading by example to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. Moments after that, cities all over the country started to do the exact same thing. Point is that being able to be in a place to be able to have the impact of your skill set, it does matter, and it does let you to have a huge impact. Green roofs for all new buildings, we passed that legislation. Building energy grades. If you go to New York City right now, any building over 25,000 square feet, there's a nutrition label basically in the entrance of the building. It lets you know how that building is performing or not performing. We worked on a large-scale hydropower purchase agreement from Canada. Fossil fuel pension divestment, PACE financing to make sure you can get low-interest long-term loans. Building performance standards, which I can talk to you about all day. It's my love language. We were able to pass Local Law 97, which of course is, it was my Everest and was something that particularly impactful to allow for large buildings all across New York City to have a cap for carbon emissions and really kind of strict consequences for not meeting that target. The Cool NYC COVID response is something I'll just kind of briefly mention because I think it's important. You never know when the skill set's going to be particularly useful. We, of course, went through a pandemic, and during the pandemic, my 30-person City Hall team of architects and engineers, we dropped everything, and for 100 days, we stood up a 311 call center that allowed for us to design, install 75,000 air-conditioned units in the homes and apartments of vulnerable seniors, facing a hot summer when there's no place for them to go and convene because of a mysterious illness. It's architects did that, right? We showed up and we made sure that we used our skill sets in service of the populations that we were responsible for. So you never know when what you're doing right now is going to be particularly impactful to the communities that you're a part of. One of my favorites, how to evaluate whether or not all these things are going to work out and it's going to be good in the end. So look, there's an unwritten agreement in this whole conversation that we're having this morning, that part of me encouraging you to continue with this work as young professionals and to go down this path is knowing that you're not the only one working on it, right? And the truth is that there are a lot of folks trying to do this work from so many different angles, right? And that's, Holly mentioned that we could never have imagined what things would have happened, decades ago when we first met. But there are a lot of us that have been working tirelessly to make sure that the design work that you're honing and the skills you're learning right now can actually land in a place where they are supported and buttressed by development that's happening in finance, development that's happening in policy, development that's happening in technology. A few days ago, we launched this philanthropy called Earth Alliance, which is a philanthropy that not only does it operate at the intersection of climate and culture, our real goal is to mobilize cultural resources at scale to build what we call a durable public majority for climate action, so that all the things that you guys are doing are landing in a place that everyone feels is aspirational and part of the culture that we all practice together. And there's a lot of opportunity to be able to match cultural transformation with rigor and technological advancement, but also with grit, which is what you guys are also learning right now. I won't talk about this. This is me in the Rose Hall, Rose Garden, the White House, just because that's the thing that happened, and appreciate that. Here's another random Zoom. There's an architect in there hanging out above the vice president in that little box over there. I feel like I want to cut these out at some point in time and make some kind of board game. I'm not sure how that would work. And maybe we'll move Secretary Pete over and do some things. But the point is that in addition to the historic investments around the bipartisan infrastructure law, between the investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, for the last 2.5 years, there's a lot of people, many of whom are also in this room, and people in the administration, people at DOE, people at other agencies, that have been running top speed to try to make sure that they're updating codes, that they are updating standards, that they are providing funding, they're providing technical assistance, all so that the work you do lands in a space that can handle it, and lands in a space that is not going to be you fighting every moment to make sure that you're proving that the work matters. We're trying to make the environment a place that is ready to receive you. One of the things I mentioned before that I'm most proud of during that time is working to be able to establish not only the first federal building performance standards, for the federal government, but also we launched the Federal Building Performance Standards Coalition, which was a commitment of, at that point in time, about 35 cities and states all across the country that committed to development and through legislation of building performance standards by this time next year. And so that represents 25% of the gross square footage in the country. The point is, building performance standards are one of the most incredible transformative tools that we've seen in the last couple decades to make sure that there is an environment that allows for these high performance buildings to actually do the work that they came to do and to be an example of what else is possible. So I'm gonna kind of bring this to a close, because I know that I wanna leave some time for questions, but I just wanted to kind of and I appreciate you guys just letting me talk and wander this morning. But I think that you guys need to keep in mind that you're a person doing this work, and that requires you to institute a certain amount of self-care. It requires you to be thoughtful about the things that are inspiring you. It requires you to be courageous to seek out new skills and new experiences. It requires you to be able to cultivate, curate, and nurture the networks that support you. And it requires you to be willing to kind of trust the fact that there are a lot of other folks that are truly engaged in making this possible, so that we can transition as quickly as possible to a better, more regenerative, abundant, and a just future. And you're a part of that. And so I'm here to just say thank you and ready to unite with the rebel forces. Thank you. I think are we doing Q&A or we are not? Yeah, okay, let's do that. What? Yeah. How about questions? No questions? Comments? Criticism? Oh, hold on. There's a mic coming.
Testing. Hello? Perfect. So for most of these students, this is the first time they've worked so closely with other professionals and emerging professionals. Any tips on how they can help cultivate and nurture those relationships?
Sure. So I think that part of cultivating relationships is keeping in touch and making sure that you are not just reaching out to people when you need something, right? So what that means is hey, we had this great project and it did this, short emails so that people don't have to read a long a monologue, but keeping people up to date on the things that you're doing that you're proud of is a great way to make sure that you are curating a relationship over time. Because if the last thing people want is to consistently only get communication when you need something. So part of that means do the work to actually develop a relationship, even if it's just putting out the fact that you're proud of this and you want to let someone else know. Here.
Hi.
But you got to do the work. I just want to, I say that and I see a lot of nodding. You actually got to do the work. Okay.
Hi, thanks for talking. Just in the first place, it was really great to listen. But knowing that you work with policy workers where there's a lot more conservative mindsets that are maybe less eager to accept a lot of these new things, I was wondering how you navigate those pathways and educate where it's maybe a little more taboo to some people and you have to make those compromises.
Yeah. So, I think there certainly are a lot of conservative kind of viewpoints in policy, but not as many as you might think. I mean, a lot of times the hard work of policy, and whether it's at the city, like state or local level, or even national level, is the fact that you're responsible for everybody. And policies can impact people differently. Not everyone is starting from the same place. And so a lot of the contrast, it's not that it's not a good idea, it's not that we shouldn't be doing this, it's that there may be impacts that are unforeseen, there may be impacts where the burden is borne by one group and not the rest of them. And so great policy work requires like extensive communication, transparency, and it requires constantly trying to minimize those negative impacts as much as possible. And when we passed the building performance standards in New York City, it wasn't the first shot, right? The first time we lost. Like a whole group of people galvanized against me, and it was like not a good time, right? But it was because I didn't put a team together that was going to be able to showcase how this was actually going to deliver what's necessary. So when we came back again, it wasn't just about building performance standards. It was the Climate Mobilization Act, which had a swath of activity, which allowed for us to showcase that this is not just about one note. This is about how we fundamentally change the built environment in this city, and then you get the people behind you that it's going to impact the most, and have them stand up next to you at the podium.
So we had a question all the way over here to the right.
Where am I? Which right? My right? Okay, there
We're
we go.
in the corner. So you talked a lot about those New York City standards. It sounded like you guys put some great real building carbon emission standards into place. I was wondering, since you've also done work on a federal level, what are the actual barriers to just implementing those on a federal level, and how do you foresee us overcoming those in the U.S. over the next 20 years?
Yeah, so I mean, the big challenge is retrofits aren't free. And so the question is how do you pay for it? Who pays for it? And who benefits the most from those retrofits happening? Of course, if you retrofit a building, it's cheaper to operate. All those things tend to be great, but it's at what cost in the process of getting to that great, right? The reason we did the Building Performance Standards Coalition is that we wanted to showcase that cities all across the country that are not all New York City, but have a wide range of typologies, of building typologies, of population size, we're able to also figure it out. Why I loved working in New York City was that what we did de-risked work for everybody else. So after we did the building performance standards, and there are a handful of other cities that also passed them. Boston's, for example, was amazing because they were able to create a fund, which we were not able to do, that directly takes the fines that would be collected as a result of non-compliance and put them directly into an environmental justice fund to retrofit buildings in the places with the most need. And not everyone has the legal and structure to be able to do that, but that's part of what's exciting about getting a bigger team. You get folks to start to improvise and make different things to make them better and better and better. Every one that's come out has been better than ours, and I'm happy about that. Someone's got to go first, but you got to make sure that we're improving as we go along. It's particularly around making sure that you're not increasing burden and making sure that you're unpacking the social and kind of racial components of how you put policy in place. Another one there.
Hi. So the teams have had to work, build challenge teams have had to work with a lot of stakeholders, be it government, be it policymakers, be it the community itself, or even work skill development for that matter. So is there a recipe or any tips on how do you engage with each of these very, very different segments actually?
Yeah, so I mean, there are your typical ways. A lot of times people just need to show up, right? And what that means is that the ways in which you engage with policymakers in particular are somewhat rigid, and a lot of times the people that show up for those community meetings, people that show up for those hearings are impacting the outcome because their voice is being heard. And a lot of times, some of the other folks that actually should show up are not there. So being able to make sure that you are actively using those channels, absolutely encourage that. But I will say, I don't think that's also what we should be doing forever. The part of the notion that you can't change change a problem from using the same tools that were used to create it. Like that's kind of what we're dealing with. My expectation of all of you is to also be activists and to figure out a way to disrupt some of those rigid systems so that we don't have to like fit into this model of like the only way for you to amass a certain amount of like power and influence is by like showing up in this one little window that some of the policy and politicians allow you to. Like, we're in a different age here, and you guys need to build systems that allow for you to aggregate your power and do that in a way that allows for you to not have to wait in line to be able to do that. I don't know what that looks like, but you got to figure it out. Other questions? It's good? We wrapping? That's it?
We got one
All right.
more.
Oh,
one more maybe, right here. Up to your right, Mark. This way.
Thank you so much for your talk. I was particularly captivated by your words on culture and practicing culture, and I think it would be very, very interesting to hear some success stories. Of course, Solar Decathlon itself is a success story, but for students to tap into just like that active practice of changing culture, because I think that's like has such an important effect on as a catalyst and like changing to the future.
yeah. So it's a great question. I will say, and this is like meant with all like love. Like, not everyone really knows that this is even happening, right? It's like, we all care about this because this is the world in which we love and operate. But like, to be able to tell the stories of why this is happening, what it looks like, to be able to package that content in a way that acknowledges how people actually consume content is particularly powerful, right? And so to be able to look at ways in which you are kind of changing culture by meeting it where it is, part of that means that more people need to know what you did. And what it meant to you, how you think it's going to impact the world we're building and designing in, and being able to tell those stories in a way and at places where people are gathering. So I think that one of the things that we get caught up in sometimes, particularly as architects and designers, is the quality of the product should be the thing that attracts everyone. But and while that's theoretically true, we also need to put it in places and make sure that message, that content, that those voices are getting out there. And so part of the unpacking of how we build that cultural movement, that durable public majority, is finding ways to make sure that more people who are adjacent to this but are not like tree huggers like all of us know what's going on and know why it matters, and then are able to participate and not resist those changes when they come. Part of it is making all of this aspirational. And so we need to see it in our day-to-day lives in a way that doesn't require a sense of signing on to like, I am like, this is who I am and this is how I operate. It should just be able to meet people more where they are. And part of that is how we put that content out. It's a good question. All right, much appreciation. Again, thank you very much, but also I am in awe of all that you guys have done, and I really appreciate the effort. I appreciate the ability for you guys to take what you learned here and apply it so that we can all like get to hang out a little bit longer as a species. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. We will all take that message and be the rebel forces and take this message out into the community. I am feeling very energized by that, for sure. So let's proceed with the remainder of the Design Challenge Division Awards. To kick that off, please welcome Patrick Kane, Director of University Alliances at Infineon, a Solar Decathlon supporting sponsor.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much. It's great to be here today and part of the renewable energy and excitement of the Solar Decathlon. A little bit about Infineon as a global leader in power semiconductors, in fact, in the top 10. We empower a world of unlimited green energy. Semiconductors play a crucial role in increasing efficiency and reducing energy losses along the whole energy conversion chain, and we strive to make this planet a greener place where sufficient energy is accessible to everyone. In fact, we have a goal with respect to 2019 to be 70% carbon neutral by 2025 and 100% carbon neutral by 2030. Yeah. Specifically, what I do at Infineon is I'm the director of the University Alliance program. I'm dedicated to partnering with academia and researchers to ensure that professors and students have access to the latest technology in their education and research. And I'll have some demos outside during the Career Connections event, so please come by. If you didn't see me on Friday, come by during the Career Connections. So I want to thank you very much for inviting us to be here and announce the winners of the Design Challenge, Multifamily Building Division. This division includes structures of up to 15 stories that can include both residential and commercial spaces. So without further ado, so third place, the drum roll. That's new this year, I think. Yes. So the Multifamily Building Division, the third place winner, selected materials based on their market analysis, elevated their discussion and design considerations beyond the building to uplift the community, and considered the ebb and flow of the use of the building over the decades. And the award goes to the Growing Haven Project from the Illinois Institute of Technology. Yeah. Okay, moving on to the Multifamily Building Division second place. The second place winner gave an exceptionally well-prepared and articulate presentation. They incorporated well-thought-out modular construction details and demonstrated empowerment of their residents through biophilic and trauma-informed design. Congratulations to the North Star Modular team from University of Minnesota. And finally, the 2023 Multifamily Building Division first place. This team blended passive features into their architectural design, integrated renewable energy generation that exceeded building consumption, and converted a dilapidated and toxic industrial site into a vibrant community. Yeah. Join me in congratulating the Washington Alexandria Architecture Center at Virginia Tech.
For our second to last division, we want to invite up Whit Falconer, Assistant Vice President for Sustainability and Green Building at the National Association of Home Builders and one of our Solar Decathlon sponsors. Welcome, Whit.
Thank you. You have a Home Builders Association in your state. We're a conglomeration of home builders associations across the United States. And I work in DC at the national level, and I help lead an internal team that works in sustainability, healthy homes, and climate risk. So it's a ever-changing moment right now, and I really am indebted to you all for this event. I really enjoyed it. Essentially, you were already home builders. As I sat there and watched, and I listened to the problems that you were going through, and the way you take them home at night, and you're balancing budget and labor and materials coming in, and you're thinking about these problems you hadn't imagined. You're really already living that life. So I consider you already a home builder. So my position, I think, is to help you forward in that, to become a building professional, whatever that means. So I encourage you, I love to talk, and so I'm going to try to keep this really short. But it's like, as a parent, the first thing I want to say is call your parents, your caregivers, your allies, and the people who sponsored you and supported you, your friends. Make sure you build a personal board of directors. Call them and thank them. The second thing is, thank you, Mark, for your comments as well, and all the other leaders who've spoken. The amount of advice that's coming out of there, I'm taking advantage of that as much as you are, but I wanted to try to see if I could add to that in any way, and I would say that, in sort of shadowing what you said, that the world is run by those who show up, and I'm encouraging you to show up, but the second part of that is change moves at the speed of trust. So your ability to tell your story and show your work in a way that is unforgettable, teach people things they cannot unlearn, and make them see things they cannot unsee. And that is how this change is going to happen. So super encouraged by everything that I've seen from everyone. So thank you, I'm indebted to you, and I encourage you to write my name down, contact me, and I'll do whatever I can for you. The Design Challenge Office Building Division winners in this category, the design could be anywhere from 10,000 to 250,000 square feet, serving large and small companies alike, with up to 50% of the building marked for retail, industrial, or other uses. Third place. Third place winner inspired the audience with the mission of the project, convinced the jurors that this design could be funded, and sets up a new era for rehabilitation of the occupants. The award goes to the office building team from Ball State University. Second place, presented a well-integrated design with a blend of architecture and engineering. Took great consideration to look at the surrounding environment and the buildings, and the jurors joked that they will be remembered this project, that they will remember this project anytime they buy cheese. And the winner is University of Cincinnati. For effect. The first place winner implemented passive design strategies with atriums that utilize stack effect for natural ventilation. They creatively designed a holistic space for the local community, covering wildlife, plants, and people, and created a buzz with foldable garage doors that invite the community into their greenhouse. Join me in congratulating the Habitat Project from Wentworth Institute of Technology.
It is time for the final Design Challenge Division, Education Buildings. Allow me to introduce Magnus Asbo, Senior Director of Technical Marketing for Solar Edge Technologies, a supporting sponsor.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here representing SolarEdge to announce the winners of the Education Building Division. SolarEdge is a world leader in smart energy solutions, PV, batteries, home energy management products, and we are a proud Solar Decathlon sponsor both this year and many years previously. It's a special treat to be closing out the Design Challenge Division Awards this year for me personally. As you all well know, students spend countless hours inside schools each day, meaning that the design of those buildings have to take into account the health of students of all ages. And in addition to making sure that you are managing energy usage and sustainability, you have to be actually tailoring to that audience specifically. Designs in this category would have to cater to students of any grade level, from preschool all the way through 12th grade. For the third place winner, they chose to retrofit and add on to an existing education building. They proposed a novel thermal engineering storage system that was easy to implement, and they demonstrated a path forward to improve school buildings nationwide. And the award goes to Ingenuity from Northwestern University. Okay, in the 2023 Education Building Division, the second place winner incorporated the analysis of selecting a retrofit or keeping an existing school building through carbon impact calculations. They demonstrated how to reduce the footprint of an old, underused, underperforming building, and they selected materials based on landscape analysis of the related carbon impacts. Congratulations go to the Inclusive Design Advocates from Ball State University. In the 2023 Educational Building Division, the first place winner, they chose a unique build site with resilience and scope requirements that included the retrofit of a historic school building. They designed for the resilience for a 500-year flood and carefully met the energy requirements even with the competition pool at the site. Join me in congratulating the Cooper Union.
Hi again, everyone. Back to Build Challenge. So for our second to last Build Challenge contest winners, I would like to welcome Mark Chambers back up to the stage to announce the winners of the Durability and Resilience Contest. Come on up, Mark.
All right. Hello again. Super convenient for me to come back up here because I left my laptop last time. So that would be very, very useful. So the durability and resilience contest in the Build Challenge evaluates the building's long-term ability to endure local environmental conditions and anticipate, withstand, respond to, and recover from disruptions. This includes the ability to maintain critical operations during disruptions and quickly restore systems. Innovation in regard to occupant safety, house performance, and occupant health were also taken into account. All right, let's do this thing. You ready? All right. The third place winner incorporated numerous innovative passing cooling strategies to mitigate the loss of power, integrated excellent framing and consideration of extreme weather events into the building's design, and developed a net zero water system, including a terrace that collects 10,000 liters of water a year. The award goes to Team Shuna from the Indian Institute of Bombay, Technology Bombay. Second place. Second place, practice an agile design approach to incorporate strategies to reduce environmental risks. They use innovative and durable materials with superior carbon capture, and they exhibited exceptional planning and design integration for nearly every possible natural disaster. Congratulations to Third Quadrant Design from the University of British Columbia. This is it. Okay, let's do it. First place. First place showed excellent foresight for broad long-term energy policies and issues. They displayed a high level of understanding and planning for high-performance wall assemblies, and they utilized innovative technologies with hydrogen energy storage and phase change material for thermal storage. Join me in congratulating Canopy House from the University of Colorado Boulder.
Find my place in here, sorry, but thank you, Mark, and congratulations to those teams. Now, I'd like to welcome Holly Jamison Carr back to the stage to announce the presentation contest.
Thank you. Somebody has to come take my place with the trophies, so. All right, folks. It's time for the final Build Challenge Contest Award of 2023. I can't believe it's finally here. The presentation contest evaluates the team's communication of their design and construction strategies to their community, including written, verbal, multimedia, and visual presentation materials. A huge part of this contest were the community outreach activities the teams planned, including open houses, education, in-person tours, site visits, and more. All right, I'm ready for the envelope. The sort of envelope. Okay. In the 2023 presentation contest, the third place winner maintained an impressive and professional presence at all times, even down to their attire. We look at that. Delivered strong submissions as well as compelling presentation to jurors, and excelled in community engagement through events and outreach. Congratulations to Team Shuna from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Okay. In the 2023 presentation contest, the second place winner delivered a thoughtful and professional submission that was driven by detail, crafted an immersive explanation of their site, opportunity, and neighborhood needs, shared their story in a local news segment that communicated a clear representation of their work. Congratulations to the Alley House from Ball State University. Okay. In the 2023 presentation contest, the first place winner prioritized client interaction and responded well to their needs, created a memorable brand with their name, logo, and graphics on all materials, and impressed the jurors with a passionate presentation that highlighted their engagement with a committed community partner. Join me in congratulating the Renew House from University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. All right, that concludes our initial awards. We now invite you to join our esteemed industry representatives in the foyer for our our Career Connections event. Each company in attendance will have a table out there marked with a table topper. So please take advantage of this wonderful opportunity to network. You're free to get up and go. Sorry, I lied, not quite. Design Challenge and Build Challenge students, you will find a certificate for your team to take home on the table next to the photo backdrop in the foyer that you pass by. Faculty, while your students take part in Career Connections, you're invited to attend the faculty social in the Telluride room, which is back around the hallway where you entered in this part of the conference area. First place Design Challenge teams, please come up to the side of the stage for instructions for grand jury presentations before you go to Career Connections. All right, now you can have fun, and we'll see you all back at 10:45. Thanks.
If you're still in the ballroom, the cathletes, faculty, et cetera, we'd like you to leave so we can set up for the lunch service. That is much appreciated. Thank you.
Welcome back for our grand jury presentations. I hope you all had an amazing time at the Career Connection session and were able to connect with the many amazing industry professionals we have here with us today. My name is Taylor Ryan, and I'm the Assistant Competition Manager for the Design Challenge. and I will be walking you through our grand jury process before the presentations begin today. Before we start that, though, can we give one more big round of applause to all of our first place teams in the Design Challenge? All right. So our grand jury enters the review process with the understanding that the 6 first place winners have demonstrated a design that represents the quality expected for high performance buildings through the details that are listed in the Design Challenge contest. The grand jury is now tasked with evaluating whether the design meets the needs of the building occupants and owners. Teams in the new housing, retrofit housing, and attached housing divisions compete for the residential grand winner trophy. Teams in multifamily building, office building, and education building divisions compete for the commercial grand winner trophy. All teams will be evaluated against the following criteria: appeal to the target market, community, and occupants, architectural design, aesthetics, and functionality, responsiveness of the design to building science factors, financial feasibility, constructability, innovation, and presentation quality within the specified time limit. We have 3 amazing grand jurors here with us today. They are Mark Chambers, Amy Matthews, and Jess Farber. And Amy, Mark, and Jess, if you could wave to the crowd. Thank you. So you already heard from our first grand juror, Mark Chambers, during the Thought Leader plenary, so I'm going to skip ahead to our next grand juror, Amy Matthews. Amy is a remodeler, TV personality, and activist whose work threads together architecture, design, transformation, and education for empowerment and renewal. Amy has inspired with projects that rejuvenate homes and workplaces on her television shows on HGTV, DIY Network, and the Design Network. Amy's work has been featured in the New York Times, the New York Daily News, People, Esquire, and USA Today. Amy also co-founded And Now She Rises, a nonprofit dedicated to helping women reclaim their personal narrative after experiencing domestic violence and abuse. Thank you, Amy, for being here. Our final grand juror is Jess Farber. Jess is a vice president with CMTA Consulting Engineers, Allegiance Company, as well as a mechanical engineer himself. He leads CMTA's Boston office and is passionate about transforming the built environment with proven sustainable strategies. He has been involved in many zero energy and decarbonization projects for new construction and renovations over his almost 30-year career. Thank you, Amy, Mark, and Jess, for being here. So each team will get 5 minutes for their presentations. It's very quick. And the audience will clap after each team has completed their presentation. Rachel and I are keeping time at the front of the ballroom, and we'll start clapping when 5 minutes is up, and encourage you all to join with us in clapping so we can help the team conclude their presentation if they haven't already. All right, and with that, I would like to introduce our first division-winning team from the New Housing Division. Please welcome the University of Florida to the stage.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is the fireweed. Our team was approached by the village of Tyonic to replace their abandoned housing. Tyonic today is facing a housing crisis. Their existing electrical grid often fails and leaves residents without electricity in Alaskan winters. The Tabona, meaning the beach people, have led a subsistence lifestyle for thousands of years. Our design strives to honor their Athabascan values of environmental justice and respect for their traditions in land. Our mission is a high-performance net zero house that is attainable for the cold climate. Harsh and dark winters complicate PV electricity production and inspired our team to explore what's possible. Our design surpasses simple code compliance and instead looks towards the future of Tionic.
We've designed the plan in a way which fulfills the community's need for flexible, large community spaces. We've arranged the areas of prolonged stay, such as living and bedroom spaces, along the southern portion of the home in order to maximize exposure to the limited sun. And we've arranged areas that don't require sun exposure, such as storage and transient spaces along the northern edge. An aim of our design was to create a cool exterior of burnt wood along the exterior to blend in with the surrounding environment and to create a feeling of safety and warmth within the interior. We've chosen a material palette which is resilient and low maintenance to increase the longevity of the home and to ensure a right to repair for the residents. We also chosen a continuous roof shape to help with the shedding of snow and to allow us to stack the 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms onto 2 stories. The Tribal Council has requested we provide ample space for the residents to process game, store and freeze food, and to host social and funeral gatherings. These funeral rituals are an important tradition in Tionic, and they require a direct path into the home for the casket to move prior to burial.
The envelope is a thickened structural assembly made from a series of wood trusses. This provides an increased air cavity to allow more room for insulation, thus raising our R value. It also helps keep the external materials away from the interior materials to prevent against thermal bridging. These trusses will be prefabricated off-site, flat packed onto a barge, and then shipped to Tionic. We've chosen materials and construction methods that are quite simple to primarily raise this idea of right to repair that is so important in this region. And we will train the village members in the construction of the project so that they can help with the maintenance and do the repairs farther down the road. Most of our materials and equipment will come from the nearby town of Anchorage, but any additional materials from elsewhere have been carefully vetted by the team to ensure that the longevity of the product can counterbalance the additional cost and environmental impacts of those longer shipping routes.
We've taken a unique approach to the placement of vertical PV panels into the southern and western facades of the home, which allows for easy access given an aging population for maintenance and heavy snow loads. A community solar farm is predicted to produce enough energy that a home would need 3,350 kilowatt hours per year. However, with our 5 kilowatt system, the fireweed will produce 3,700 kilowatt hours per year, exceeding the needs for Tionic. Existing homes in the community have a HERS score of 244. In comparison, the fireweed has a HERS score of 22.
Most construction has to take place between the months of May and September when the weather is the most hospitable to both materials and workers. Our schedule prioritizes the construction of all foundation, site, wall, and roof construction in the beginning summer months, with the interior construction and finishes in the late summer to early winter months. It is extremely difficult to ship and it's also very expensive to ship materials to Tionic. But in spite of this, we have a construction budget of around $251 a square foot, which is a lot cheaper than projects Tionic has done before, which have a construction budget of around $271. We did a life cycle cost comparison analysis on both our design and an existing project in Tionic to compare the initial and operational costs over a 50-year study period. And we found that the existing code-compliant teacher housing has a life cycle cost of around $1.4 million, which is around double the cost of our proposal, which is around $790,000.
The life cycle analysis showed a reduction in carbon emissions by 45%, and greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced to 0, 22% less than the code-compliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you to the University of Florida for kicking us off. You were right on time, which is amazing. I'd now like to welcome our next division winner to the stage from the Retrofit Housing Division, Appalachian State University.
Oh, is this theirs?
Nope, this is ours.
Okay, cool. Oh, cool. All right. We're good to go. All right. Hello. We are Appalachian State's High Country Goldfinches, and this is our retrofit project. We are a team of interdisciplinary students that came together in late January. As you can see, the existing conditions have minimal insulation, a lack of air sealing, and poor waterproofing. The performance shows a HERS of 104 with an existing EUI of 79,000 BTUs and an existing energy bill of $1,600, and this is just within a 700 square foot home. Now, we want our project to be individualized and repeatable. In order to do this, we created an integrated scoring rubric we call the Goldfinch Score. It's our pride and joy, and takes into account HERS, EUI, retrofit cost, operational costs, total embodied carbon, and life cycle analysis. It has a budget of $150 per square foot, giving us a new Goldfinch score of 9.3. Now, let's talk about that life cycle analysis and all the materials we're putting in this home, beginning with the roof. We went with a corrugated metal roof for end-of-life recyclability. For the engineered wood siding, we're choosing a material that is long-lasting. And then for our exterior insulation, we're going with graphite-infused polystyrene, or GPS. We're using this for its lack of degradation over time. And then for our cavity insulation, we're using dense packed cellulose, a material that fully encapsulates and fills the cavity, preventing any interstitial looping. As you can see, our thermal, air, and water barrier continue unbroken around the entire structure, and this continues across our fenestration. Now, we'll prevent thermal bridging across the framing using a thermal buck, an insulated window buck. Now, for a window itself, we're using Alpine Tyrol TR6 triple pane tilt-turn window. Now, that triple pane feature will prevent thermal bridging, and that tilt-turn feature will create a tight air seal. One of the issues at this site is a lot of trees around here, creating a dense and low drying potential. Now, that is an issue because it prevents this, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Now, to solve this, we're gonna have to use community solar. Our local energy supplier, Blue Ridge Energy, offers its members the ability to pay a small fee to have their energy needs offset by a local solar farm. Now, one of the best parts of a net zero home is its net zero emissions. However, that's only a grade to grave approach, and we wanted to take a full body cradle to grave. Thus, we spend a lot of our time focusing on all the emissions released during the manufacturing and transportation phases of construction, total embodied carbon.
Looking at the EUI of this home, as it stood, the existing EUI was 79 kilobtu's per square foot per year. This is due to propane cooking, as well as kerosene oil and electric resistance for heating. We're removing these internal combustion systems, as well as modernizing the HVAC system, overhauling the envelope, and the appliances, giving us a new EUI of 28 kilobtu's per square foot per year. However, we still need to implement the community solar into these figures. Once we do so, our final EUI is negative 0.68 kilobtu's per square foot per year.
With this being such a small home, it was absolutely necessary that we came up with a mechanical retrofit strategy that specifically addresses filtration, ventilation, distribution, and dehumidification within the home. We went with the 6,000 BTU ductless mini split, but we still had to solve some of these problems another way. To do this, we went with an ERV and an inline supply fan, two separate ducted systems enclosed within the attic. The ERV supplies fresh air while also transferring thermal energy, and the inline supply fan will pass through a MERV 13 filter while also helping with distribution in the home, creating a comfortable space and exceeding ASHRAE 62.2 standards. The plumbing and mechanical side is much more straightforward. We replaced with Energy Star equivalents and WaterSense low-flow faucets for the fixtures, and as well as removing the propane stove and going with an electric induction to remove a fuel source from the home.
Now, a massive metric within the Goldfinch score was the HERS rating. As it stood after a blower door test, we found a HERS of 104. Taking into account the electrification of the home, overhaul of the envelope and appliances, our new HERS was 37. Finally, after implementing community solar, our final HERS was -6.
Now, that was a lot of information, so let's summarize real quick. Our total EUI is negative 0.68. We're putting a total of 4,626 kilograms of CO2 into our embodied carbon. Our operational costs are $630 per year. Our life cycle analysis shows all our materials are locally sourced with long lifespans. Our retrofit cost is $105,000, and our HERS is negative 6, giving us a final Goldfinch score of 9.3. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Woo. Ooh, this is perfect.
Always the clicker, bro. Always the clicker.
All right, so clearly our teams have practiced their 5-minute grand jury presentation. Thank you, App State. I would now like to welcome our next division winner in the attached housing division. Please welcome the University of Minnesota Twin Cities to the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name's Alice. I'm here with Phoebe, Mumong, Megan, and Savannah, and we're really excited to share with you the Phillips Regen Project in the Attached Housing Division. This article was written in 2011 and highlights the lost value of our once ornate building. Even today, our team members recognized the site and wondered how such a beautiful, recognizable building could be abandoned for so long. Located just outside of downtown Minneapolis, the area has seen surrounding investment and development that has exposed them to increased pollutants and the dilution of the neighborhood's character. Community members have fought to organize to defend the environmental health and historical significance of the area. Of these residents, an overwhelming amount of them fall below the poverty line, come from intergenerational families, and have a high portion of renters. Our almost 120-year-old building features some of the unique architectural styles of the neighborhood, but has no slab, no insulation, and a fire and water damaged roof, along with just non-existent materials. So this led us to our team to question this project. Can it be saved? Should it be saved? And can it meet the modern expectations we require of our homes today? We say yes. So we've guided our project with 4 guiding principles. The first being to preserve the architectural features to honor the area's history. We want to reclaim the building as a community asset as the area boasts other large, detailed masonry buildings. We want to use innovative solutions to make the building last another 100 years or more. And ultimately, we want our retrofit solution to be replicable to other masonry buildings in similar cold climates that you guys work in.
This brings us to our 6 design goals. We have demonstrated restoring the Phillips community and the architecture. How many families have called this building home in the last 120 years? We are bringing families back by offering ownership units while focusing on intergenerational living. We reclaim this building as a community asset by restoring the local Chaska brick along with the decorative cornice and coining.
We meet and exceed net zero energy through our 3-pillar approach, which includes our high-performance dual insulation enclosure, the Darcy integrated ground source heat pump system, and the optimized rooftop PV, which covers 105% of the building energy load. We have demonstrated lasting durability and resilience through energy storage in our PV battery, the single mechanical system that provides heating, cooling, and hot water, and our robust enclosure with continuous control layers from the slab to the parapets.
We have demonstrated a healthy indoor environment through optimizing natural daylighting to ensure the health, happiness, and well-being for our residents. We provide a healthy air quality by eliminating and removing pollutants through using MERV 13 filters, source point ventilation, and implementing a radon mitigation system. And we use several techniques to minimize sound transfer, like our exterior shutters.
We have demonstrated environmental responsibility through our low maintenance landscape that supports pollinators and mitigates pollutants, our domestic hot water system that uses a manifold recirculation system to meet water sense. We contribute to a greener grid through our PV system, and the materials that we chose will help the building last another 100 years or longer.
Our final design goal is to provide affordable housing for large families. We were able to meet this goal by using our partner Land Trust nonprofit framework to decouple the construction costs from the unit costs. This allowed us to provide our 3-bedroom unit and our unique 2-bedroom and attached studio unit to households at 60% of the area median income. The real cost of home ownership, including taxes, utilities, and fees, falls below a 30% cost burden for dual income households. So why did we choose this project? We could have torn it down, rebuilt to be far more energy efficient, but we wouldn't have been able to preserve the local character and history of the neighborhood. The goal of this competition is not to create the perfect building, but to work within the constraints of the environment to create a solution. We were able to meet the needs of the community by providing affordable housing. We were able to meet the needs of the building by preserving the architecture and making it energy efficient. And we were able to meet the needs of the environment by reusing as many materials as possible and making it reach net zero energy. Thank you.
Thank you, University of Minnesota. So that wraps up our residential divisions, and now on to our commercial divisions. Please help me welcome our next division winner to the stage in the multifamily building division, Virginia Tech.
Hello, my name is Holly.
I'm Sarah.
And we are part of Team New Roots from Virginia Tech's Washington Alexandria Architecture Center. And this is Plant, Potomac Living at Newtown, a multifamily project with community-scale renewable energy production.
Our site is located in Old Town Alexandria with walkable access to parks, public transit, bike trails, and grocery stores. Currently occupying our site is a decommissioned coal power plant that has had massively detrimental effects on the health of the Potomac River.
The city has proposed a plan to demolish the coal plant and develop the site into a mixed-use residential neighborhood. We will be developing one of 6 proposed blocks and replacing the coal plant with a new clean energy power plant.
The Alexandria area is in serious need of housing options in the low to moderate rent range. Our design will serve this need through a co-living model. Here, 6 units share a common space, creating a pod. There are 31 pods, which may be rented as blocks or individual units.
The design allows every inch of plant to be active and usable by limiting the amount of empty hallway space to maximize the leasable square footage. Co-living housing is not often proposed at this scale, but this design will keep units affordable and forge a deeper connection between residents. It will also provide retail space for the community as a whole.
The building is terraced to let natural light into the courtyard units while preserving views to the Potomac River and avoid casting shadows on our power plant.
Plant is primarily a mass timber structure that sits on a low-carbon concrete podium. Overall, the total embodied carbon of the building and the power plant is 88 pounds of CO2 equivalent per square foot, a 44% reduction from the Carbon Leadership Forum baseline.
We will be replacing the coal power plant with a brand new clean energy power plant, which reuses the existing smokestacks as solar updraft towers. We estimate these towers can produce up to 50,000 kilowatts per hour. This system requires greenhouse-like structures, which house a 122,000 square foot solar array, which will produce 2.1 gigawatts per year. That is 5 times more power than the coal plant ever produced. Another 280,000 kilowatt hours per year will come from panels on the multifamily building. The underground warehouse will hold a variety of systems, including lithium-ion batteries, rainwater treatment facilities, and equipment to process organic waste into hydrochar.
For site remediation, the most polluted soil will be excavated, and the rest will be naturally treated. To address the water pollution on site, as well as future flooding concerns, a marsh will be planted along the shoreline.
Passive strategies such as automated folding shades, building orientation, and solar canopies, along with an efficient VRF mini-split HVAC system, contribute to a low EUI, even at passive house standards. For a high-performing exterior wall, SIPS panels are installed on the outside of the structure for a wall rating of R48. CLT and rigid insulation will be used in floor assemblies rated at R43 and roof assemblies rated at R78.
Within the building, warm wooden materials create an inviting atmosphere, while window placement and shading systems reduce glare and contribute to thermal comfort.
As stated earlier, 6 units share a common space, which include a kitchen, a living room, and a balcony, to create a sense of neighborhood. Here, residents build stronger communities through these shared spaces.
Our rooftop patios are a great place to spend time with friends, families, or even neighbors in the fresh and open air. To bring together the whole building as well as the larger community, the base of the multifamily building features glass-fronted public and retail space.
This site was once used to process millions of BTUs of coal, which had massively harmful effects on the environment and health of the Potomac River. Now, this site could produce 5 times more power than it did before, and it could be a valuable community resource. We believe the future of housing construction needs to take bold strides to heal our environment and bring communities together. We're Team New Roots from Virginia Tech's Washington Alexandria Architecture Center. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Virginia Tech, for kicking off our commercial divisions. Next up, we have Wentworth Institute of Technology and the Office Building Division.
Hello, we are Wentworth Institute of Technology from the Office Division, and this is the Habitat. So starting off with the architecture for the building, the site as it stands today, located in Watertown, Massachusetts, is home to an obsolete grocery store with a 3-to-1 ratio of impervious to pervious surfaces. In addition, the existing conditions disregard climate change, potential flood surges, rainwater collection, and even retail visibility. With a drastic elevation change, 20-foot elevation change from where the existing building stands to Pleasant Street, it gave our team an opportunity to capitalize on. In the site plan, you can see there's no visible parking and a lot more green space. This is because we shrank the existing parking footprint to create a 2-story podium parking structure that allows for a retail level to be accurate with the main road. To accommodate the reduced parking, we increased site accessibility and promoted alternative modes of transportation by creating new pedestrian paths that connect the Charles River Greenway with the new building, bike storage within the parking garage, and a new ride share and bus drop-off lane. In total, we are proposing a 234,000 square foot commercial office building with a mix of programs that include a 2-story parking garage, a retail level with various shops, services, a farmer's market, and a greenhouse, 3 levels of office, and a green roof. To get from the initial grocery store massing to the final proposed massing, there are 4 main steps. First, we demolished the existing building. Next, we took that building, created a new massing that maximizes solar gain. And then with that long rectangular massing, we articulated the exterior architecture by splitting up the building and creating the green roof. Finally, we integrated the southern face by implementing the double skin facade for the farmer's market and greenhouse. These spaces act as the interior habitat for the building and provide ample opportunities for renewable energy strategies. Isolating one bay of the building structure, you see how it all comes together. We have a main mass timber structure and is connected via joinery as well as steel connectors. With all the wood that we use within the building, we end up with a net negative embodied carbon footprint due to the wood's carbon sequestering properties. Moving to energy performance, we use Cove Tool to run initial energy simulations with a digital model we constructed in Revit to see how well the building performed. With PVs included, we're projected to be net neutral for operational energy. Going off of that initial simulation, we ran another manual simulation doing an annual radiation study in Climate Studio. We isolated the areas where the monocrystalline PV panels and BIPV cells were located. We found that this simulation came out with an energy use intensity of 3.59. And while this calculation does not come out to net neutral as we initially thought, this building will still help the users of the building as we have a monthly utility bill of just under $9,000 for the entire building. We incorporate a building automation system to monitor the outdoor temperature, determine when to use a geothermal heat pump versus a natural ventilation, and the geothermal system ties into a radiant cooling and heating system.
Next, for durability and resilience, on the left is a diagram of how we plan to use the living machine system to purify black water in our building. After the initial filtering process, the water is treated in plant reactors in the greenhouse. On the right is a visual of how our rainwater and gray water recycling system will work in the building. This water will be used to resupply showers and sinks and irrigation for the greenhouse. The rain garden is a crucial part of the landscaping strategy for the site as it helps mitigate floodwater surges, acting as a natural barrier, and serves as overflow for recycled water storage. This rain garden is also a habitat for a local ecosystem with vegetation that attracts bees and acts as a shelter for small wildlife as well as birds. To illustrate the importance of creating these habitats, educational signage will be placed along the paths to the building. One of the components of an efficient building is having high R values for wall construction so the building can resist heat flow from interior to exterior and vice versa. This diagram highlights our R values of roof and wall assemblies, and our wall assembly provides double the R value of a typical assembly of steel and concrete construction. Moving on to comfort and environmental quality, natural ventilation is a key feature of the building. Operable windows and stacked ventilation methods allow the building to run without the assistance of mechanical systems at certain points of the year. Next, we did a CFD study, and the results illustrate that due to an input of operable windows at the ground level and output at the top of the greenhouse, the air that circulates will be fresh and properly ventilated. A simplified diagram explains how the stack ventilation concept works within the space. In the summer, the greenhouse is able to ventilate itself through natural ventilation, while in the winter, the building's orientation allows the space to heat itself. The greenhouse is able to retain heat due to our triple pane glazing units. While these units typically cost more, operational costs will help offset the initial cost in the long run. And next, looking into the occupant experience, early on in the project, Cove Tool provided benchmarks for daylighting and glare. To make sure our building was hitting these benchmarks, we ran a daylighting availability simulation. And lastly, we have created a building implemented.
Thank you, Wentworth Institute of Technology. And last but not least, in our Education Building Division, please welcome Cooper Union to the stage.
Hello, we are the Cooper Union Solar Decathlon team, and we present to you the expansion of the Harbor School in New York City's Governor Island. The school focuses on a maritime research curriculum due to the proximity to the East and Hudson River. The goals of the project are to give students with different socioeconomic backgrounds this career technical training. And we met with the school principals to understand that they have outgrown their current facilities and lacked a pool and a gym.
Let's take a look at the site for our project. You can see in the diagram on the right, there is an existing school building 550, and next to it we have an adjacent building that is currently empty called building 555, which we plan to renovate. And also there is a triangular lot where we want to build our new academic building. And in order to understand the site conditions for our project, we did a site visit and realized that a lot of the facilities are outdated, and you can see like the flooded basement of 555. And so we want to address this in our design proposals. We're also really cognizant about the sun angles as well as the prevailing wind conditions to the west. Here you can see our rendering of the design proposal. In the foreground is the boardwalk that leads up to a public promenade that connects all floors of the project up to the roof garden, as well as a roof canopy that provides shading to reduce the cooling load.
So here we have the different spaces that not only provides interesting learning spaces, but also passive buffers for the interior. These spaces are flexible spaces that enable social interaction and informal learning. So our design strategy for the landscape include a cut and fill strategy, where we use the excavation and construction debris to fill the basement of 555, which is currently flooded and unusable. So as seen in the lower section, we see how we distributed the programs according to acknowledging the design flood elevation by raising the building and boardwalk 12 feet off the ground. And all critical infrastructure and systems are located above the 500 air plane.
The building is designed to withstand expected forces of floodwaters during storm surge events, with the first floor able to withstand submersion, in preparation for superstorm events like Hurricane Sandy. Additionally, the bathtub-style foundation system provides lateral stability and resists saltwater infiltration. The green roof and landscaping will contain native grasses and wildflowers that prevent erosion and are highly shade and salt tolerant, like mondo grass and Canada anemone.
The engineering is heavily integrated into the architecture. The roof, for example, has PV panels, rain collection, and skylights. The energy piles and the slinkies tie to the geothermal heat pump, which allow us to have a balanced geothermal system. Next, our energy piles and slinky coils have a capacity of 269 kBTU per hour and 347 kBTU per hour, respectively. This puts us in the 99.6th percentile for our peak heating loads. Next, we have our integrated system of our roof. The main feature is our PV panels, which collect around 2.8 million kBTUs, and this puts us far below the net energy, far below carbon neutral.
Next, we're going to talk about the classrooms. So this slide shows a passive operation where we use the economizer mode with heat recovery only, and the active mode on the right include radiant panels and DOAs to heat the interior. And for the rest of the year, we have natural ventilation for passive cooling.
Let's now take a look at the integrated performance of the pool and gym in the new academic building. And during the winter, we have a radiant floor heating system that is in both the pool and the gym. And we also have a ceiling fan that reduces air stratification. Additionally, we have passive systems, including natural ventilation assisted by the ceiling fans, as well as fan-assisted central stack for the rest of the building.
Our daylighting shows an 89% spatial daylight autonomy, and with this we save a total of 68% of daylight energy.
So building 555 is a historical landmark, so the renovation only focused on the interior. So as seen here, similar to the new academic building, we also include hydronic heating and cooling, and also a natural ventilation for passive cooling.
This results in the following energy analysis. We have a source EUI of 47, 50, and 51 for the campus, and although we have energy-intensive programs, the NAB is still net zero with secondary schools in the same climate zone.
Thank you all for listening, and we have really enjoyed this moment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so Solar Decathlon students are amazing. Can we please give the first place teams one more round of applause? So our grand jurors will now deliberate while lunch will be served in the ballroom. You'll get more than salad and cheesecake, I promise. If you have selected a vegan or gluten-free lunch option, please flip your event badge over on the table and just place it there so the servers can see and give you that special lunch. And otherwise, enjoy 30 minutes for lunch, and the final awards begin at 12 noon. Thanks, everyone.
I hope you're enjoying your lunches. Feel free to continue with that. I am now pleased to welcome to the stage Jamie Van Morik, ORISE Science, Technology, and Policy Fellow, to talk about the Zero Energy Design Designation. Jamie?
Wow, it is amazing to see all of you and the phenomenal work. It is so inspiring for someone who's been working in the green building industry for over 20 years. I have hope, because we are now in what some are referring to as the decisive decade. We have a goal, 2050, but guess what? It's just getting faster each and every day, and we need to be designing the high-performance, healthy, durable, safe, and resilient buildings now, while also retrofitting our existing building stock, which is a great challenge. For this reason, the U.S. Department of Energy last year launched a new designation, the Zero Energy Design Designation, to recognize and promote those institutions who have programs of study that are preparing the next generation, all of you, to design, construct, and operate zero-energy buildings. And with this designation, there are two parts that every student who are going through a program of study that has received the designation gets: the latest in building science education and the opportunity to apply these concepts to an actual project. There are institutions in this room now who are part of the inaugural group last year, and if you are part of a program of study that received the Zero Energy Design Designation, if you could just go ahead and stand up for a second, because I want to, number one, applaud you for your efforts, for integrating this into your curriculum and making it possible for your students going forward. This is a 3-year designation that collegiate programs are earning. And a pathway to earn the designation is to participate annually in the Solar Decathlon, either the Design or Build Challenge. It is a way to provide structure, but also have flexibility. So there are 2 different pathways, either through the Solar Decathlon, or you may have building science education curriculum that meets our learning objectives, which, by the way, were taken from the Solar Decathlon Building Science Education Series, which you're all familiar with. And then you may be having students work on zero energy design practicums in other ways or through other competitions. So we wanted to provide that flexibility. So this weekend, we have launched the 2003 application and are looking for collegiate programs of study. They could be degree programs, certificate programs, or specialty tracks. We want to, again, recognize and promote and help you to institutionalize the best in building science and to be able to have more students work on not just zero energy projects, but getting to zero emissions projects. So you can go ahead, take a picture of that QR code, take a picture of the slide, check out our website, look at the information, contact us if you have questions. We are more than happy to speak with faculty about how you can be earning this designation, getting recognized by the Department of Energy. Thank you so much.
All right, now we have a little special award. Take a minute away. For a juror who has been with us since the 2014 Design Challenge. This person has been with us for a decade now and has been committed to the students each year, mentoring along the way, and even hiring a star student to work at his company. He says he comes back every year because you all inspire him each and every day. So, it is my great pleasure to present the decade-long commitment to students to our star juror, Jean Myers. Jean truly embodies the spirit of Solar Decathlon. So thank you, Jean, for your commitment to the students. All right, we are going to move on to bonus certificates. They are intended to recognize the excellence, professionalism, hard work, and enthusiasms that teams demonstrate beyond the required deliverables. These awards are selected by the organizers during the competition event. Please send one representative from your team to grab your certificate if you're on site. All right, our first bonus award is for Team Spirit. Congratulations to Texas A&M and Tanoa University of Civil Engineering for having great team spirit throughout this weekend. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We like to award the next bonus certificate on team name. Some people choose their school name, others do their project, and this year we're excited to give the Team Name of the Year award to University of Oklahoma, the Eco Sooners. All right. This Best Dressed Team Bonus Award recognizes what it takes to dress up and present as professionals. And this team was all suited up and wore school lapel pins, looking sharp and coordinated. Congratulations to University of New Hampshire. The Solar Decathlon really puts an emphasis on engagement with the industry and industry experts and design partners. So this Excellence in Design Partner Engagement Award goes to University of Waterloo for their partnership with Kitchener-Waterloo Urban Native Wigwam Project. All right. I know the Deputy Secretary and many other of our industry experts this weekend have touched on environmental and social justice, and this award goes to the team for impressive incorporation of social justice and equity considerations into the fabric of their projects. The jurors really raved on that piece where they looked at a refugee school in Jordan. Congratulations to University of North Texas. Congratulations. All right, these are last minute put together, so I'm bummed we don't have the team photo up for you, but this Professional Portrait Award goes to Lehigh University for their nod to the Bethlehem Steel Plant in Pennsylvania. Well, it's not directly related to the project. We love ourselves some good social media, and our team, we know, has had some fun doing social media this year. I hope you took a look at those, and also all the social media that's going on this weekend. But the Influence Award goes to the team that had great social media, had a great coordinator for it, Monash University. know the competition can be a little intimidating, but many of our first-year teams are very successful. This first-time team award, the Rookie Rockstar Award, goes to the team for their poise and professionalism in navigating some technical issues that arose during their presentation to the Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. All right, I have three more. Thank you for bearing with me. Notable engagement at the competition event. This Questions, Comments, and Conversations Award goes to a team where their engagement with peers and jurors throughout the event was noted by the organizers. Congratulations to University of British Columbia and Education Building Division. Well, one of the things that the organizers always talk about, and they must talk about it on every webinar and on every submission deadline, is being on time. So this Timely Team Award is for the first team that submitted their first full, complete design narrative. This goes to University of Cincinnati and the Multifamily Building Division. Congratulations. You want to say about the directors? You want to be the directors? You said it so well.
I get to announce the Directors Award for Design Challenge. And this school, I had the good fortune of stepping in and watching at least a portion of their presentation. I was so impressed. First-time team, education, so now we're narrowing it down a little bit. This team was eloquent, they were prepared, they clearly had great camaraderie between their team members. They had an amazing design, they had amazing engagement with the community, and their project is also under construction as a design challenge team. So I thought that was pretty cool. Director's Award goes to Oklahoma State University in the Education Division.
Okay, don't go away. Yep. All right, now Holly is going to kick off our Design Challenge Grand Winner announcements. Ready?
All right, it's time for the big Design Challenge Awards. The process for these awards will be just a little bit different than our awards this morning. Your team will come up to the stage in the same way that folks did this morning, but winners will remain on stage for pictures this time. And you'll be invited to share 1 minute of remarks. So we're gonna do that same thing where after 1 minute we start clapping for you. So think about who on your team might want to make those remarks now when we announce our winners. You can then move back to your seats to see the rest of the awards. At 1 p.m. at the end of the awards, we will ask you to meet us at the stage here for additional pictures and some videos. So with that, let's welcome our Design Challenge Grand Jurors, our Design Challenge Grand Juror, Amy Matthews, to the stage to give the Residential Grand Winner Award.
Thank you for having me. This has been an incredible weekend, and I have two quick thoughts. One is look around this room and think about the next time, if ever, any of you will be in a space with this sort of creativity and brilliance with a group of people that are all collectively committed to transforming our built environment. That's pretty amazing. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. And second, you'll go home from this all excited. This is an amazing experience. You'll be on a high. Then you'll go into the real world and you'll start working and looking for the work. And the world has a funny way of trying to tame us. And I would encourage every one of you, don't ever be tamed, ever. All right? Okay, here we go. For the residential grand winner, the jury felt that the team delivered an excellent presentation that told an engaging story. They demonstrated an appealing ownership model and cost for the inhabitants. To note, one juror even got goosebumps during their presentation. But all of us saw it as a replicable model for building modernization that maintains architectural integrity. So join me in congratulating the University of Minnesota in the Attached Housing Division.
Hi, everyone. Thank you again. Don't really know what to say. I think we would just really like to thank our faculty advisor, Pat. You've been super helpful, could not have done this without you, and all of your education in building science. I think that really helped us make this approach possible. And I do want to say the land trust model that is actively in operation, I think they're set to be done this fall, and we're going to try to go back and see what they've created. So really excited for that. This project's just really happening. Not Yeah. net zero energy. But Yeah, we elevated it, but
There will still be affordable housing provided using healthy materials, and that's something that's going to be really cool. So yeah.
All right, well, thanks again, everybody. This has been an excellent event. It's been a truly rewarding weekend for me personally to see all of these great presentations and how engaged everyone is in this whole process. Our future is bright, a bunch of remarkable people here, so I'm super excited for what the future holds. So congratulations to all of you for being here. Job well done, but we do have an award to give out. So before we do that, I want to just take a quick moment to again thank Holly and thank Rachel for helping us and organizing all of this and doing a great job, and all of your staff. Wonderful work, so a round of applause. So you made this difficult for our committee. The rapid fire presentations were a challenge, and I do appreciate you making it concise, but we had to make a decision. So I'm pleased to announce the 2023 Design Challenge Commercial Grand Winner. My fellow jurors were moved at the overall appealing aesthetics and architectural design for the project. We were also impressed with the overall project objectives to promote workforce development, which is going to be critical as this economy changes. And thirdly, somebody's figured it out. We knew that would happen. We were very impressed at the innovative strategies of high-performance design, including ground source technology and future-proofing for weather events and superstorms. Please, everyone congratulate me in welcoming Cooper Union to the stage for receiving the first place trophy.
Thank you all so much. We wanted to thank our faculty, Professor Cabrera, Professor Palacio, Baglione, Wooten, our sub-team leads, everyone who's helped us along the way. We could not have done it without everyone contributing. And thank you so much for this award. We worked so hard this semester, and we're just really grateful for the opportunity to present in front of amazing professionals and hear all your stories. Thank you so, so much for this. We did it.
Oh boy, where are we? Am I welcoming you, Michael?
Yeah, yeah, I think we're right here.
I think I welcome Michael Young, who is our Build Challenge competition manager, who you all know well now. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all of your time this weekend and for all of the excitement. It's just, I mean, our whole team over here is like emotional almost watching you get so excited with these awards. It's really, really enriching and you know, it makes us feel like we're really making an impact with all of you and seeing that come to life here. So with the Build Challenge recap here, before we reveal our top 3 Build Challenge teams, our overall winners, we want to take a moment to remember how far these projects have come and how much work has truly gone into these Build Challenge projects over 2 years. We've been collecting construction photos over the last few months from all of your deliverables, all of your social media, all of our photos that we took if we came to visit you. So let's take a moment to see these zero energy homes go from an idea to a reality. I mean, how great is that video? I mean, seriously, these teams, these students, I mean, give yourselves another round of applause for the amount of work that you did to build these houses. It's awesome. And many, if not all of you, are still putting finishing touches on these houses. So there's still work to be done. They're gonna finish. We're gonna have fully finished landscaped photos, all the really pretty things that we're looking for. And we can't wait to see that. So keep up the good work. And at this point, I'm excited to be able to invite Ram back to the stage for the Build Challenge overall winner announcements. He is going to tell you all about these amazing projects. He's going to share some tidbits of things that he's learned from talking to each one of our Build Challenge teams today and how much he's enjoyed that process. I can give you a sneak peek of how close this truly was. Remember how I said earlier, this is total points out of 1,000 over those 10 contests. The top 5 teams all scored higher than 750 points. And the difference between first place and 5th place was less than 100 points. That alone, right there, is a huge accomplishment. That's an acknowledgement of your success across all 10 contests, 6 juried contests, 4 measured contests, and it just, I mean, great acknowledgement and accomplishment there. So with that, Ram, take it away.
So, thank you, Michael. Just wanted to start off saying thank you to everyone here, right? But I also want to say thank you to Holly, the Enroll team, everybody who's put this amazing event together. It's an incredible amount of work, right, over many months. And to get here and see everybody here, it's just incredible. So thank you, Holly, and thank you to the entire team. So thanks a lot. So I told everyone I'm going to go off script for a few minutes. So as we think about where we are today, right? Yesterday was Earth Day, and we have all heard the saying that we don't inherit the earth from our parents, we safeguard it for our children. And I think what I learned today, and I'm sorry if I shared it here or two, that's the level of inspiration I've had from you today, right? I think what I've learned today is with all of you, right, with all of you, those of us who've been in this industry for a while, our job, I think, is in safe hands. We will strive to humbly provide you the tools, the platforms, and what we can to make sure that you are able to continue the work you're doing. I believe that our role as safeguards, right, is that we enable you. And knowing and seeing what you have done gives me great hope and really inspires me to redouble the work that we are doing. Many of us are going to DC tomorrow, right? We have 5 days of the building's office, quote unquote, the adults, all getting together, talking about what we're doing, right? But what I learned in the last day and a half, is going to inspire me to do the best for the next 5 days and for the next 5 years, right? This is what is going to give me the engine, the energy, the enthusiasm, and the mission that we have in front of us. So just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much for the inspiration. Thank you so much for what you have taught me in the last day and a half. I really, really appreciate it. So thank you. So I am very glad I had a chance, I think, to talk to all the Build Challenge teams, right? And I learned so much just talking to you. I learned about, I think, the tightest house in Wyoming and how you got there. That was awesome. You wouldn't think of Wyoming as a place where there's innovative practices, but the way you actually looked at it in terms of how you make it where you're getting to 0.25 ACH, but doing it in a way where your contractors, where your the builder community can actually adopt it, that is pretty amazing. So thank you. The other one, it's very interesting, right? I've always been a little skeptical of hydrogen. And I learned something today that makes me rethink the role of hydrogen, right? An innovative use of storage and how you've been able to put it together, University of Colorado. So I learned that. And I was very impressed to see that you using phase change materials in the walls, right? Again, things that I think we can all learn from and we can transfer to the market. Texas A&M, I heard about your strategy for dehumidification, how you're working with Habitat for Humanity, sitting in the soupy air of South Texas or Central Texas, however you want to put it, and also how you took the lessons learned from February 2021 into account in your design for resilience, right? That was pretty impressive. I learned about how to actually work in a rural community, making scalable net zero homes from Illinois. So that was very impressive, just using standard methods, materials, but making it better so that others can adopt it. That was great. Woodbury, I think that's the first 3D printed home we have had in the Solar Decathlon. So congratulations, that's amazing. Look forward to seeing more of it. The fact that you guys got it to meet Title 24 and got it permitted, great job. I learned about the historic preservation. How do you actually take 100-year-old homes and retrofit them to get to net zero from Waterloo? That was pretty impressive. Embodied carbon. Learned a lot about embodied carbon and the role of embodied carbon as our grid gets cleaner from BC. BYU, loved your shape, loved your form factor for the house. But I think more than the form factor, I think what I also came away with is that it might be a new construction method for modular construction that you might have just come up with. So congratulations on that. Resilience in Kansas. Yes, you get tornadoes, you get really hot weather, you get really cold weather. How do you design for that? That was pretty amazing. From IIT Bombay, wood-framed homes. I know that's actually innovative because you are in a place where concrete construction is standard. So how do you actually get to a lower embodied carbon using wood frame construction in a very humid environment? And the affordable homes from Ball State. So actual construction, actually built the homes and side by side. So looking forward to that. So given all of this, right, I just wanted to say thank you so much. Thank you so much. I learned a lot from you. Congratulations to the University of Minnesota. Congratulations to Cooper Union for your Design Challenge Award wins. Both were so inspirational. Community preservation, resilience, all of those things that we are going to be faced with in the next 20, 30 years as challenges in our built environment. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to everyone who participated. Great effort, great job, great commitment, and I know a lot of money that you had to go raise. So thank you. So now, for me, it's not a pleasure, but an honor to announce the award winners, right? So I'd like to start off with the third place award winner for the Build Challenge. And by the way, I do look forward to coming and visiting all your Build Challenge homes. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to hit all 11, okay? Within the next year, I'll try. So the third place winner matched the architectural form with function through creative use of space and appealing design, implemented novel reuse and repurposing of regionally sourced materials, and rethought what does net zero actually mean when your grid is decarbonized. gave us an idea of the future, where if 2035, if a grid is decarbonized, what do you have to do for net zero? So the third place award goes to third quadrant design from the University of British Columbia.
I didn't realize I had to give remarks. So this has been a passion project for our team, and I would be remiss not to thank our faculty advisor, all of our sponsors, our university, who let us build a crazy building on campus with a material that they weren't so certain of with hempcrete, and that we got the opportunity to share with all of you about embodied carbon, and that there's a way that we can reduce it through reuse and all these other ways, and that it really is the future with decarbonized grids. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we keep moving forward. You ready for a second? I am. Thank you. Okay. The second place team optimized whole building performance through active and passive systems, designed and built an innovative housing solution in an urban environment to complement regional climatic conditions, and incorporated novel technologies that engage and educate their local community stakeholders. So I want to say congratulations to Team Shunya from IIT Bombay. And I have to say, for me, it's a little personal. As a fellow IITian, I just wanted to congratulate all of you for making the long trip out here. So.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am very honored to accept this award from our organizers, and I want to thank, first of all, our faculty advisor who helped us a lot, who, without them, we would not be standing here. Secondly, I want to thank our team members who are back in the India and supporting us from there. Each and every individual team member was very important for the team, for each work. Like, even they have small or greater contribution, without them, this project was impossible to complete. There was a lot of roller coaster ride which we faced, but the part which we learned from the competition is that like never to give up. Our team was very late in the competition. Our construction work was very late. We faced a lot of issues in terms of contracting and then land issues. A lot of things were there, but the spirit the team have, the support the team we have was great. And apart from, without them, this project would not be completed. And I want to thank our institute who supported us a lot during the project in terms of giving the land and in terms of financial help. So faculty advisor, institute, and every bodies of the India helped us a lot. And at the end, I want to thank our sponsors who supported us by giving in-kind and monetary sponsors money. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do we start the drum roll now or later? So we are here, right? We are about to wrap up. It's been 4 days of a grand journey. So we're ready to announce the grand winner. And Michael, thank you. So the grand winner created an energy efficient and beautiful home that prioritizes occupant productivity and quality of life, demonstrated their architectural interior design expertise through repurposing of existing materials, worked on affordable housing, and built a duplex that serves as a rent-to-own model for zero-energy construction in an under-resourced neighborhood. So join me in congratulating Ball State. Get everybody on stage, right? I just wanted to say, everybody here who actually built for the Build Challenge is a winner. It takes an incredible amount of effort. So thank you to all the 11 teams. We look forward to working with you in the future. We look forward to engaging with you in the future. So thank you, everyone, okay?
Thank you. The Solar Decathlon community is awesome. It's an honor to be part of Solar Decathlon. The Ball State University team is incredible. Thank you to the faculty and staff at Ball State University. Thank you to the Inglewood Community Development Corporation and the community of the neighborhood. We'd like to thank our Alley House industry sponsors for their generous support and donations, and the Solar Decathlon sponsors. Thank you, Solar Decathlon team, for making this event and this weekend happen.
Photos later, so you can thank you so much. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. Really great work.
Michael, with that, let me turn it over to you. Great job. Thank you. Amazing, right? Thank you.
All right, everyone. So what a conclusion. 2 years of hard work on Build Challenge, a year of hard work for Design Challenge. What a great weekend, what a great event. You know, this is special. I mean, what you hear out there, right? That's the emotion, right? We heard that earlier with some design challenge winners. I love it. So that really officially concludes the Solar Decathlon 2023 competition event. But I have some closing remarks. For our design challenge grand winners and build challenge overall winners, first, second, and third for build, I believe, please meet us at the podium after the ceremony so we can get additional pictures and video interviews. And I already said this, but I can't believe the weekend's already over. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, some of us have been here for a while, giving many presentations, practicing for hours, probably some late nights, early mornings. For the students, the faculty, the organizer team, it's been a great weekend. For those students that are graduating this year, congratulations. Please stay in touch with us. Yeah, round of applause to the students graduating. Please stay in touch with us and join the LinkedIn group. As we mentioned earlier, the alumni network of Solar Decathlon is 25,000 plus strong. 21 years this year of Solar Decathlon, and I go off script for a second, but I'm just curious of the professionals, the organizer team, anyone here that's not a student, faculty, if you're a former decathlete, can you stand up or raise your hand? 1, 2, they're everywhere. They are part of our sponsors, they're part of our faculty, our organizer team, and beyond, right? I mean, 25,000 plus all around the world. There are opportunities for you to take what you've learned through this and really make a difference. Like Mark was mentioning earlier, like Ram has mentioned, almost every speaker has mentioned this, and I think it's inspiring to see this generation of students, honestly not that much younger than me, but really inspire the opportunities we have for the future and the energy, the drive you all have. I'm in agreement with everyone else who's been up here saying that I think the future is bright and it's in your hands. We hope to run into you in the future at conferences, possibly as future sponsors, future partners, future mentors. And for those of you still in school, you're almost there, you'll be an alumni soon, but we hope to see you back here next year, improve on the work you've done, show us how much you've learned. So with that, thank you again. We really appreciate all the work you've done. If you received any kind of trophy today and would like the box that it came in to help protect it on the way home, please meet us in the back of the ballroom. We have some extra boxes to help protect those. Don't forget your team certificate as well, which are by the Solar Decathlon banner in the atrium. As a reminder, as I mentioned a moment ago, we're doing additional photos and video interviews for all those grand winners. And lastly, sorry, for Build Challenge teams, we do have a final score sheet like we shared yesterday. It will be on the website tomorrow, but I know you're eager to see those final points. So you can meet our Build Challenge organizer team, just one person from each team, up by the trophy table, and we can hand those out. But thank you all so much for coming. Safe travels, and congratulations again.